All right, welcome back to Star Trek Artemis. As this is a crossover, or basically, we're doing a fleet arc, and it became necessary to potentially do some crossover. We do have a few guest stars from the Navajo, and they'll be introduced throughout the game as they come in. But we are going to start the scene here in the captain's ready room. As Captain Nolan walks into Kier's ready room. Captain, you wish to speak with me?
Um, I'm sorry, this feels really awkward. You need to take back in command of the Artemis.
It's an odd request in the
This,
middle of a mission. What's going through your mind?
we need all personnel to be ready for this. I don't feel like I can lead two occasions at once, sir. And I feel as if it is all hands on deck at this point. The situation requires you to resume command. And this is not from a perspective of trying to prove myself, but we have a greater obligation.
I understand that. Is this coming from a place of... Sorry. Is this coming from a place of worry, or do you not feel that you are able to handle this?
It comes from a place of necessity, sir. We are outgunned, definitely outnumbered, and we are going to need everyone for this fight if it comes to it. I hope that is not the case, but I worry that the Tzenkethi are going to force us into a position that there's no turning back from.
One of the good qualities of a leader, Captain, is realizing who they have at the disposal and putting them in the correct positions. I, of course, am no exception to that. I am, after all, at your disposal. As far as I'm concerned, this is still your mission, and I am your crew member. So if you need me to serve in a specific function, make it in order.
Then I order you to take command of the Artemis, sir. If need be, I'll lead the ground teams, or have Runabout Squadron.
Runabout Squadron.
It's the only solution I can think of to help even our odds. The Tzenkethi might take the raiders and attack the terraforming outposts as well as the bunkers. And if we're to at least defend one of those sites, we are going to need the runabouts to fend off the Tzenkethi raiders. Not just from the Artemis, but potentially the Navajo as well.
Seems like a solid plan, ma'am. But of course, Captain, I will follow your orders. If my orders are to take command of the Artemis while you handle the ground teams and the runabout teams, so be it.
Those are my orders.
And Captain Nolan will stand up at attention. Understood, ma'am. May I be dismissed to take command of the Artemis?
You are dismissed.
Captain Nolan will straighten up, like full military bearing as he turns to walk out the door. Right. Is there anything else you wanted to do? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Communicate to Lieutenant Ricks as she taps her comm badge.
Lieutenant Ricks here, sir, ma'am. Kinda busy, but go ahead.
Lieutenant, how are your preparations on the ground?
Well, that depends, ma'am. Do you want me to defend 2 sites, 4 sites, or the whole goddamn planet?
That is to be remain. Currently, the priority is the terraforming site. That is
Well,
vital
when it comes to that, when it comes to the terraforming station, we're fairly solid so far. I have some personnel stretching out at the colony sites as well, but we're getting there.
Understood. Keep me informed.
Aye, ma'am.
Kiro. And Kira's gonna get up
Anything else?
and well, she's just gonna get up and head towards engineering, and you can cut to somebody else.
All right. We will head over to the Navajo. As Captain Prone finds himself in his ready room. And Captain, you messaged me that you wanted to set something up.
That's correct.
All right. I'll probably give you a quick roll here to set up that advantage. Let me just double check, make sure I understand what you're trying to do. All right. I'm thinking that this is probably going to be a reason or control. And I'm thinking with either con or engineering, if I'm reading this correctly.
That sounds fine.
But of course, you could sell me on another set if you think other things apply. This will be with a difficulty of 2.
I might argue presence command just because he's trying to package the information and write the notice in such a way that it will be believed and acted upon by its recipient.
I can accept that.
Keeping my recipient in mind, I would ask for a focus of either cultural studies or linguistics. Again, with the goal of writing it so that it would be understood and acted upon by it. So, all right.
Yeah, I'll take it.
I will spend 1 threat. Yeah, didn't earn any momentum, but I got what I wanted. So, you know what? I'm going to fish. I'm going to reroll that 18. Because why not? Watch, I roll a 20 and I'll be explained why not. Oh, no, that'll work.
There you go. 2 momentum. All right, and then if there's any role play that wants to happen on the Navajo, I'll give the Navajo crew the opportunity.
Chrome will calm down to engineering to see if Mr. Solak has engineering in the ship prepared for combat.
Feel free to roleplay.
Bridge to engineering, Commander Solak.
Solak here.
Solak, it's prone.
Yes,
I
Captain.
imagine his hostilities are very likely to begin shortly. Is engineering prepared?
That would be a logical assumption on your part, Captain. Engineering is prepared and we are ready for combat should it arise.
Very good. Once the music starts, I'll leave it up to your judgment whether you want to be in the engineering or up on the bridge. But it seems our XO remains indisposed, so I may need your assistance on the bridge.
Then I shall be on the bridge, sir.
Very good. Get everything ready, then meet me up here.
Captain, it is worth noting that our chances of survival are not particularly good, considering the circumstances, should combat arise.
We will follow our orders to the best of our ability, as we always do. But
Understood, Captain.
I have no intention of sacrificing the Navajo or the Artemis in this situation if I can help it.
Then is it logical for me to assume that should the situation arise, our engines would be needed to escape?
That is a logical assumption, Commander.
Then we have planned for that eventuality should it arise.
I trust my Chief of Engineering to have full warp power available at my command.
We will endeavor to provide you that, sir.
Oh, and just a forewarning, I've never actually done it before, but Bo was a damn good helmsman. I may actually give the Riker maneuver a try.
Interesting. I would think that in this particular situation, Captain, all maneuvers that we are able to do would be on the table, so to speak.
All right. Tzenkethi is their culture seems to be very much based on a predator-prey mentality. Predators don't handle it very well when their prey rushes at them, and so we may try to play on that if conflict arises.
A very logical and very interesting strategy, Captain. Essentially creating a sense that we are bigger than we actually are.
Well, that too. Like I said, predators' natural instinct when they're charged is to break and run. They like to work from, and their tactics seem to be revolved around ambushes. Like to give them something to think about.
Are you suggesting that we strike first?
No, but once the music starts, I plan to get right up in their face.
I think I understand the metaphor.
I figured you would, Commander.
Ship is at full power, and all ship power will be utilized to combat and shields if need be. Ship can transfer power to engines should we need to escape. Engineering is ready when you are, sir.
Very good. Give your final orders to the engineering staff and meet me on the bridge.
Acknowledged. So lock out.
And so Perron will go out on the bridge to quietly whisper into Vogel's ear to let her know that to be ready to try that.
Out of curiosity, Captain, did you mean card maneuver where you do the short warp jump?
Oh yeah, that's what I meant.
Okay.
I was just trying to think. Riker's tried it too.
The quote-unquote Riker maneuver as of Insurrection was sucking
Oh yeah,
explosive gas compounds into the Bassard collector and then letting it out while in the path of
that's true. The player had those
doing
things
enemy ship.
confused. Perone would have said the right thing.
Yeah. Officially, the Riker maneuver is coming over the back of the chair, but whatever.
I bet the Tzenkethi wouldn't expect that.
Vogel, you ready for this?
Is anyone ever really ready for battle, Captain?
One can be as ready as we can be. And speaking of which, you ever read about the Picard maneuver in the Academy?
Only stories, Captain.
If I may call on you to make a short war pop, you might review what you know of Captain Picard's maneuver. When the Tzenkethi do attempt to ambush us, as I told Commander Salak, I want to get right up in their face very quickly.
I'll learn what I can, sir, and run a few simulations. I'll be ready.
Very good.
Right, then coming from one of the turbo lifts, Captain Perone, a minute, please.
Of course, Sassian, do you need to speak to me in private, or
That
is
would be
this-
preferable.
No. Vogel, I'll be in my ready room. You have the con.
Aye, sir. Yeoman is back.
But she's so cute.
Captain, it is my understanding that the next cycle is about to be complete within the next few hours.
Yes, that's true.
I think it would be prudent if myself and my compatriots were to be down on the planet's surface to meet the newly awakened. I feel it would be less of a shock.
I assume you'll send one of each of you to each of the 4 sites.
I believe that would be appropriate.
That seems reasonable. But if you're going to go, you're going to need to go fairly quickly. The Tzenkethi may attack any moment. My orders from my superiors are to defend this system against the Tzenkethi. Once the fighting begins, there will be no transporting to the surface or transporting up to the ship. Not with our shields up.
I understand.
Have you and your others discussed further the requirements I gave you and the planned relocation of your people?
I think given the circumstances, Captain, we may have no choice but to accept your offer.
We are clear that as long as your people live within Federation space, that the enthralling of other species will not be permitted.
It has been hundreds of years since we engaged in that practice. Surely we cannot be held accountable for the acts of our people, acts that happened thousands of years ago.
Not holding you accountable for it, just making sure that you leave certain acts in the past where they belong. My own people went through a time where that was acceptable, but we've grown as a people beyond such things. Just want to make sure that I'm clear that the Federation as a whole has grown beyond such things. We anticipate anyone that lives within our borders to abide by our laws.
The thing we are interested in at this moment, Captain, is our survival. The survival of our species. We are adaptable, if need be.
Very well. I will have your escorts take you to the transporter room and allow you to transport down to the surface.
Thank you, Captain.
You're welcome. It was a pleasure meeting you.
It's a pleasure on my end as well.
Ron will
Now,
Sorry, go ahead.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I do have to prepare for this transport.
Of course. And Perone will notify their security escorts to take them to the transporter room, and then he will contact the Artemis.
Who would be on the Artemis? Is this Nolan at this point, or would Prax take the call? Or, sorry, Kier take the call? All right, now I just gotta find the tokens. On your little view screen appears Captain Nolan. Captain Perone. What do I owe the pleasure?
Well, I wanted, since you have away teams on the surface at each of the regrow sites, I wanted to give you a heads up that my Calithian guests are going to be transporting to the surface to assist their newly regrown members in adjustment. I didn't want your people on the surface to be surprised.
We appreciate that, Captain. I'll let the appropriate teams know.
I assume, since you're taking the call, that you've resumed command of the Artemis?
Soon to be, Captain Kier has ordered me to take control, given my experience.
Well, Commander Kier has done an acceptable job so far in the position, though you've certainly picked an interesting time to give her some experience. Hopefully this will not become a baptism by fire, but I have a sinking suspicion it will be.
When you first took command, Captain, did you really feel ready for the chair?
Does anybody?
That's my
Outside the
point
Vulcans, I
exactly.
suppose.
That is my point exactly, Captain. Sometimes you just need to give them a push.
Well,
Did not expect what would be a routine survey mission to turn into such a shit show.
I understand. Well, for better or worse, our orders are to defend the system. As I told Commander Kier, I have no intention of sacrificing either of our ships to this task. It looks like if it looks like this is going to be a no-win scenario, we might consider retreating. Our backup is a long way from here.
You are, of course, the larger, more capable, military capable ship. We will follow you, Captain.
Very well. I'll hold you to that, Captain Nolan. Perron smiles to let him know he's being, tongue-in-cheek about that.
How is your ship and crew holding up through all of this?
Yeah, it's a relatively young crew, but they are performing up to standard. We'll be ready.
We're making the final preparations here too. We will be ready as well.
Very good. Well, unless there are other final battle preparations you wish to relay to me, I need to get back to my bridge.
Very good. I'm sure we'll talk soon.
Likewise, Navajo out. Brown's going to go back to his chair.
Just as I was about to head to the doctor. Well, in that case, Kier, you said you're on your way to engineering, correct?
That is correct.
Kane is here, right?
Kane is absolutely there.
Right, Kane, you're in engineering, getting your teams ready when you hear the door open behind you.
All right, team, as I mentioned, we all make it out of this. We all do our jobs effectively and the best we can do. We're all going to go on a vacation to Ryza. Necklaces for everybody. Trust me, I'll show you a good time, show you the ropes. Well, Commander, didn't see you there.
Commander Kane? I need you to do me a huge favor. I know your engineering teams are stretched thin at the moment, but I need both runabouts prepared and ready for combat operations.
The runabouts, man?
Yes, Commander Kane.
We will see to it. Would you like any special modifications or just a review and ensuring that they're ready for combat?
Well, the combat... I believe we have the combat muzzles stored on board the ship. Is that correct?
Do we?
You should. You have a bunch of runabouts.
Then Kane will say, yes, we do. We'll get those installed, man.
Thank you, and feel free to modify them if you think it'll enhance their performance, because they may be used in combat here shortly.
Ma'am, I'm not the security. Do you feel the runabouts will stand up to Tzenkethi ships?
No. However, Tzenkethi use raiders, and I'm hoping to use them in aerial combat. But the Tzenkethi raiders, which they should hopefully be on some equal ground, as well as provide air cover for ground forces.
Okay, well, you'll get it, man. We'll get them prepared.
Thank you, Commander. And good work, everyone. And she leaves it.
And we'll turn around and say, you heard the commander. Let's get the runabouts ready to go and get the combat modules installed and prepped. The sheet's not opening. Who's he going to assign to this? He'll assign May. So he'll turn in to say, Lieutenant May, I'm a bit busy here in engineering. I'd like you to oversee the preparation of the runabouts.
Right away, sir. And she couldn't get out of engineering fast enough, you noticed? Right, anything else in engineering you want to do before we head to the sick bay?
Oh, I mean, the only other thing I can think of is just continue poring over the schematics for those, reconstruction chambers or devices from the Kilithians. Seems very interesting, and I don't know. He's maybe looking at it with a critical eye and seeing if there's a way that we can hack it or shut it down if it comes to it. I don't know if that's a roll or if that's more RP, but
Probably more RP.
cool.
Because I believe I gave you a roll last session, if I remember correctly.
That's right. I think you did, yeah. So we do understand it pretty well. So in that case, yeah, he'll just be basically writing up a protocol that's like an emergency shutdown protocol for it in case it comes to it.
Cool. In that case, we'll head to the sick bay. If anyone's sitting around and wants to play one of the supporting characters for any role play, Doctor, I believe you were getting supplies ready.
Mm-hmm.
So take it away.
Ilea, make sure we have everything stocked up. Sorry. For treating emergency burns, lacerations, and any kind of concussive force. Devos, go ahead and make sure all those kits are stocked again. I'm getting everything replicated as fast as I can. And has anyone seen Giggle?
Ah! There it is! Finally! I find my favorite scalpel. Excellent. Now I can amputate as many patients as I want.
Giggle, we're not amputating anyone unnecessarily.
That's right, unnecessarily. But if it becomes necessary, I have the tool ready.
Very well. I'm glad you found your favorite scalpel. Still think an osteotractor and a osteoregenerator would be far more effective, but
But what would a surgeon be without his favorite scalpel? Nothing! I tell you, nothing!
I'm just going to kind of stare at him blankly as another tricorder replicates behind me. Pick it up off the thing.
Now I
Back.
just
Walk
need
it
to
over to Giggle.
find the sedatives.
They're in the sedative cabinet where they always are.
Right! Of course, I looked there first.
Talk to Keela. She's in charge of replicating the medic. Enter!
Oh, that was a replicator.
Oh, that was the replicator. Okay, my bad. Y'all, I'm saying her name, Keela. Rest of pre-combat stress. Wonderful.
We will have many patients, yes, Doctor?
I hope not.
I look forward to it. It will be like the good old days. Hey, I was even in the Tzenkethi Wars. Gruesome, bloody, just amazing, you know?
You can get together with Therak and discuss the Cardassian Wars together. I'm sure your shared experience would be a great bonding time back in the...
Oh, now the Cardassians! Yes, they were good. However, they left little work for me. They had already amputated some when they came to me. I didn't have much to work with, unfortunately.
Again, though, do try and save whatever you're going to amputate first before you just decide to cut it off.
Of course, of course. Who do you think I am? I am a doctor, after all. Well, a surgeon. Well, that's what it says in my certificate anyway.
Very well. And I walk over, I hand him a medical kit.
So, Kial, have you been in battle before? Ever had someone plead your life to you as they were slipping away, lying on the battlefield?
Yes, petty officer. On more than one occasion.
And what did you say? What words did you use to comfort this slipping soul?
Nothing, petty officer.
Well, that's not very reassuring, is it? Could at least give them an argument. Don't die! No, I'm dying. No, you're not gonna die. Yes, I am. Watch me.
It would be illogical, petty officer, for me to take any time from doing my task to save their life, to have a conversation with a dying individual.
Well, then you never treated a Tellarite.
That is accurate, petty officer.
Argumentative to the end. I miss those days. We even had to train it back in the academy. Whoever won the argument decided if the patient was gonna die or not. If the patient won, they died. If the doctor won, they survived. Simple as that. Even if you could cure them.
He'll raise an eyebrow. The patient wanted to die?
Of course not, but I had to argue for it. Part of our culture, strange as it may seem to outsiders, but that's the way we are. Now the Tzenkethi, they didn't want to argue. They merely wanted to smash it to pieces. Cardassians, though, they were willing, although could be a bit cruel about it. Some even tortured them before they died. That was not sporty.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't serve a purpose to torture them after they were dead.
Oh, you'd be surprised. The Cardassians sure have a cynical sense of humor. Not to mention the Romulans.
Right. Anything else you guys would wish to do in sickbay?
Nope.
All right. Moving right along, we will head down to the planet's surface where we meet up with Lieutenant Ricks as more security teams and some engineering teams and medical personnel are transported down, awaiting your orders on the planet's surface. These are the ruins just outside the terraforming complex.
Right. Well, welcome to hell on this earth. From this day on, well, from this point forward, you do everything by the book as efficiently as possible, or we're not going to survive this. So, split up into teams. Let's concentrate our defenses. Get those forfeits up and running. Check the power generator. Make sure we haven't missed any holes anywhere. Also put a group together. We need to check on the other birthing facilities. Get them somewhat secure. At least for the time being, we're still concentrating our defenses here, but you never know when the word comes down that they want us to secure this entire planet all on our own. Alright, get to it.
Artemis to Lieutenant Ricks.
This is Ricks. Go ahead, Artemis.
Lieutenant, it appears that you're going to have some Calathian guests beaming down to the 4 incubation sites. It appears that in a few hours, a few more of them might be waking up.
Understood. What's our policy on these guys, yeah?
I'd imagine the orders are just to facilitate the Calathians. It appears that the Navajo is going to send them down to, quote-unquote, take charge of the situation.
Could you be more precise when you say take charge?
I guess what I'm trying to say is that the Calathians want to be there when they wake up.
I see.
Sorry,
Very well.
taking charge is probably not the best use of words.
Well, we'll let them do what they're doing and try to keep them safe in the meantime.
Hate to add more burden to you, Commander, or sorry, Lieutenant.
Don't promote me yet. We haven't survived here.
If we get through this, Lieutenant, I think we're all going to get promotions.
You know, I might just want to get killed before I get a promotion. I'll get to it, sir.
How are the arrangements coming on the planet?
Well, again, sir,
Looking
we're
ready?
spread thin as we are. I think we can hold the terraforming station for at least a bit. We set up force fields, we've dug in, put up cover, blocked all the entrances. Well, when it comes to the colony sites and the other facilities, that's going to be a tougher defense.
All right, I also want to inform you that we are going to follow the Navajo's lead in this situation. And if Captain Perone feels that it is time to tuck tail and run to live another day, I'm going to emergency beam out all of the away teams.
Understood, sir. We do have transporter inhibitors down here. We'll have to evacuate, well, in an orderly manner, should that happen.
If the orders do come that we're to run, just be sure to have those inhibitors down so I can get you all out. The orders to retreat will take precedent over all previous orders.
Understood, sir.
But if there's nothing else, I'll let you get to it, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir. Rick's out. Let me see. Security. Just gonna point to one of the security officers that's on him. You, Jeffries, take charge here. I need to babysit some of those new sleepers. I'll be back shortly.
Aye, sir. All right, heading back to the Artemis. Kira, you're going to make a call.
Yes.
Floor is yours.
Open a communication to the Navajo. To Captain Perone.
Right away, ma'am. On your little view screen.
Commander Kira. What can I do for you?
I just wanted to inform you that implementing a plan to use the runabouts, we're having them fitted with combat activities in case it should arise to help provide air cover for the terraforming site.
Not a bad idea. I've got a couple runabouts aboard myself. I don't know. I'd have to check with my quartermaster to see if I actually have the combat modules for them, but I could add a couple more to your fleet.
That'll be appreciated, Captain. After all, we are to try to keep Canyon 5 in the Tzenkethi attack. The terraforming process needs to be completed.
Right. Now, if the terraforming site is destroyed, as I understand it, the Calathians won't be able to regrow their population.
Correct. And not only that, Kamelon 5 would rapidly return to its volcanic state.
That would be unfortunate. We will do our best to prevent that from happening, I suppose.
I appreciate your support, Captain.
Very well. I'll have my chief flight controller assign a couple of her best pilots, and you want me to send those runabouts over to y'all, the Artemis, or you just want to launch them together?
I think it's prudent once we know that Tzenkethi plan aggression, we would probably need to launch them together. I don't wish to shore he and Riddle and create 4 additional targets.
Well, we'll have them. I'll have them ready when you want them.
Thank you, Captain. And don't hesitate to contact me if you cannot our end.
Oh, I'll hold you to that, Commander Kier. If it comes down to combat, we're gonna need to work very carefully together to survive this. But I want you and the Artemis to concentrate on keeping our ground crews safe. My plan is to, well, I believe one person might put it as, I plan to bum rush them. Combat does start, my intention is to jump right up in their face and see if I can get them to break. Draw some fire my way. We'll see if it works.
Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Well, I guess in the next few hours we'll find out how good of a diplomat I really am.
Understood. Good luck.
To you as well, Commander. Navajo out.
Kira.
And it doesn't have to happen on screen, but Prone is going to inform Vogel to pick her 2 best pilots and have them get our 2 runabouts ready for combat operations. And by 2 best pilots, not including her, I want her on the Navajo.
All right, well, we could actually head to the bridge because understood, Captain. I'll get my 2 best on it right away.
Very good. Do we have the combat modules for those runabouts?
You should. And I believe Solak already said that they were added per security's request.
Yeah, good.
They all come in a special runabout bundle.
Yeah, it's pretty much just like you know, when you go to activate it, you choose which module it gets. So it's really like take out the other module, put the other one in.
Reminds me how Humvees get delivered to units in the real U.S. Army. You have to order everything a la carte, including windshield and doors.
Real question though, does the Navajo have its combat module installed, or has it got a sensor module up top right now?
She is set up for science mission, so we have the sensor module on board.
Yep, and unfortunately, the Navajo needs a dry dock to change theirs. I think I could be wrong on that though.
Yeah, it does, because that's a major ship change at the larger space frames.
That's not something they can just store in the aft section. They have to have collect one of those from a shipyard or starbase.
We do have extensive shuttle bays, though.
Mm-hmm. That's why we have a pair of runabouts to loan the Artemis.
But at any rate, we will go ahead and Captain Perone, it appears as Tzenkethi are hailing us, sir.
On screen. Commander, what word from your government? Will they agree to our? Will you agree to our compromise?
Captain Perone, we will be sending you a formal letter from our leader. You have 24 hours to respond.
Understood. I will read the message from your leader and get back with you within 24 hours.
To be clear, Captain, I fully intend. My orders are clear, and I fully intend to carry them out.
I understand. My orders are likewise clear. Unless they change, you will not be able to take this system lightly.
Then I will await your response.
Understood. Navajo out. Ops, let's see what the Tzenkethi leader has to say.
And I in the Artemis chat, I posted the what was sent. We have the message now, sir. Sending it to your console.
Thank you. Ops, forward this to the Admiral. Top priority.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir. And I'm sure there's going to be some role play that's going to happen because of this. So I'll let you guys take it away at this point. Wherever you need the scenes to be, we'll send it there.
How many people are getting to see this message?
As of right now, probably just Captain Perone. So it'd be his prerogative to send this out and inform the rest.
Perone is going to send it to Commander Kier, and then probably speak with her via comm in his ready room.
All right, to the ready room we go.
Captain Peroni, you wish to speak with me?
Yes, I'm sending you a copy of formal declaration from the Tzenkethi Coalition. I've passed it on to Starfleet Command. But based on my last communication with them, I have a feeling that the Admiral's going to tell us to defend this position.
The Admiral's orders were clear. I personally don't feel comfortable handing over innocent people.
I don't either. Of course, these same innocent people may be the same ones 1,000 years ago that enslaved the Tzenkethi. If I put myself in their shoes, I understand their position. Problem is, Starfleet seems very invested in populating this planet. We give in to the Tzenkethi demands, this planet will be useless to us. Well, at least it won't be. We won't be able to populate it right away.
Well, the issue comes into play is the terraforming device. It still has a bit of ways to go before completing the process. I doubt the Tzenkethi are going to want to wait for the process to be complete.
No, they're giving us 24 hours. But we're in agreement about these Tzenkethi have done nothing. These Calathians have done nothing to us. But between you and me, these people the ones that I've met are nice enough, but they bother me.
As I said before last time, I don't trust them. And they're too shifty in their minds.
This feels like almost like the Kobayashi Maru. I don't think there's any way to win this. We either sacrifice the potential lives of 12, 13 million people to maintain the peace between us and the Tzenkethi, or we go to war. Are we ready to go to war for these people?
I don't think anyone's ready for war, Captain.
I don't think anyone. I don't think anyone wants one. Even the Tzenkethi seem willing to compromise to avoid war.
Perhaps we push back a little on these terms. See if they're willing to wiggle on it.
I'll certainly try. Perhaps we need to speak instead of speaking to this immediate commander. Maybe we need to try to speak to the autarch. This playing the telephone game between ourselves and the Tzenkethi leaders may be less than effective. If nothing else, you should prepare your ground crews for combat.
Well, we didn't prepare for that for the past several days. But I let Lieutenant Ricks know what's developing.
How many troops do you have on the ground?
Just about a dozen. You don't have much. Can't really spare it, given if there is combat both ground and space. The Artemis is gonna need as many people as she can hold, they'll spare, to call out against the Tzenkethi. Last thing I want is to be fighting a war of attrition on this.
Same here, and we will need security forces aboard our vessels. My research says that the Tzenkethi are a lot like the Klingons, in that they like to board vessels during space combat. We'll need to keep enough security forces on board to repel boarders.
Agreed.
I think that's like your thoughts on this, but I think while the terraforming machinery seems to be what's most important to Starfleet, the Tzenkethi will probably concentrate their forces on the well, what are we calling these regrowth chambers anyway?
Well, they referred to them as bunkers, but they could, I guess, repopulation centers.
His name is anything. My guess is that those repopulation centers will be the focus of their assault, since they don't know that the terraforming machinery is the focus. It is the key to stopping the Calathians from repopulating. We probably want to avoid overprotecting that. We don't want them to see that as a prime target.
Not to mention, we don't know what else the Calathians have here. We only found the bunkers after the terraforming machine was fully repaired. Calathians could have other things in this system. Or even on this planet that they're hiding.
You suspect that they have weapon systems?
I suspect anything, Captain. My previous line of work taught me to expect the unexpectable.
Reasonable precaution. Well, I'm going to try to re-enter negotiations with the Autarch. I'll let you handle your preparations. Unless
Understood.
you'd like to join. Unless you'd like to join me in trying to contact the Autarch.
Oh, if you require my assistance, I'd be more than happy to.
I never say no to assistance. Always good to have help. If I can get the Autarch on subspace, I'll link you in.
Understood.
Till then, as my Klingon friends like to say, Qapla'.
Kapla.
And as he closes the channel, Perone will reach into his desk for his bottle of Tylenol and then have his operations officer attempt to establish a subspace link with the Tzenkethi homeworld.
All right. While that is going on, we're going to head over to the Artemis sick bay. Doctor, you wanted to investigate something?
Yes, I was. Ooh. Crap.
Oh, where'd you go?
The screen moved while I was moving my character over to my desk, and now he's off the map. There we go.
Very
Yes,
interesting.
I was looking over my scans and data on the Calathans that I have so far. I was curious if they were still capable of biological reproduction, or sexual reproduction as we would know it.
All right, this is probably going to be an insider reason with your medicine. I'm thinking this is going to be a diff 3, and since I got some threat, we'll make it a comp 2.
Up to. Okay. Research or xenobiology focus?
I'll take either.
Okay, I'd like to buy a die with momentum. And am I able to get an assist off the ship's computer?
Yeah. Computer's medicine. All right, then we just need the ship. All right, gain the momentum back.
Okay.
I'll type it to you.
Okay.
think that's the answer you were looking for?
Yeah, pretty much. One other separate question, also looking back over the data I've scanned. Were the first 4 to come out the only ones that had saved memory patterns, or is everyone that's going to be produced do they have some kind of mental file that's being put into their body?
Ask that again?
Okay. So the first 4 that came out with all the memories of pre-existing people. I'm assuming the memories of whoever's DNA they were.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious if they're all going to be that way, or if these 4 were the only ones that had neural patterns on file and everyone else is just going to be a new person.
That's a good question.
Okay. Dr. DeCommander here. If you have a moment, can you see me in sick bay? I have something you'd want to see.
Could you inform as something you could speak through comms?
Would you like me to come to your ready room?
That would be better. I'm currently nearly disposed
On my
at the
way.
moment.
All right,
Get
let
up
me head
and
to
stage left.
Captain's ready room, because I think a lot of people are interested in this information. Oh, did I not put the door chime on here?
No. There's the Voyager door chime.
Enter.
Commander, Captain, and I'll put a pad down in front of me. I have, looking through my scans and research, found something interesting. The Calethans will not survive without their technology. Or let me restate that. The Calethans will not propagate without their technology. As best I can tell, each individual Calethan is sterile. They are reliant on their cloning technology to splice together genomes to create new people. If we remove them from their technology, this would be the only generation of Calethans to exist in our time. Assuming they couldn't build new ones at whatever location they go off to.
So they're dependent on these machines.
Yes. They can create offspring by splicing the genomes of 2 Calethans together. They have that technological capacity, but if there was produced the old-fashioned way, they're out of luck.
Wow, Tzenkethi just gave us some bad news.
What would that be?
Well, Doctor, they want us to hand over the 4 current Calethians, as well as allow them to destroy and dismantle their technology on the surface.
I see. Well, that would be problematic for the Calethans. I don't know what to tell you, Commander, other than that would be... Like I said before, the end of the Calethans if their technology is destroyed.
Which, if we are to save the Calethians if it comes to battle, then we have to also defend the bunkers. Along with the terraforming machine, not to mention try to keep everyone alive. So, I foresee our jobs being very busy in the near future if we're not able to come up with an alternative solution here soon.
No. Assuming that we're giving some of our level of technology, I don't doubt that with time they'd be able to reverse engineer and upgrade it into what they would need, but I don't know how long that would take. But
I
they
did
will
have a
have the
question.
people for it. Go ahead.
You said they're born sterile. Do you think this is by choice or a byproduct of their technological advancement?
I couldn't say off the bat. That is the right term. Marcus used it a lot off the bat. Offhand? It does appear to be a result of this cloning process. Whether they chose that outcome or not, I couldn't say for certain. But at the very least, their technology is advanced enough that replicative fading is not a concern for them, and they could just... They're not producing the same person over and over again, they're producing a new person through what's effectively artificial fertilization. But not in a natural way.
Well, thank you, Doctor. And I will definitely add it to the list of concerns.
May I? Did the Tzenkethi send any kind of a document or declaration?
They did. She
May I
turns her
see it?
pad around. She turns her pad around to let you read it.
Well, I can tell you one other thing. Everyone that's going to come out of those tanks was around back during the trawling. There are millions of memory engrams on files, so everyone that's coming out has the memories of 1,000 years ago. I don't know how the Tzenkethi would try 12 million people for crimes.
I don't think they have intention to. Just the 4, and then they plan on destroying everything before they have a chance to
Well,
be reborn.
I can't condone the genocide of an entire species, but certainly wouldn't want them in my backyard. Well, that's all I had. Anything else you need from me, Commander?
No, Doctor. Just make sure that medical supplies are down on the surface for our security teams, in case.
Already in place, so I'm replenishing what we need for the ship.
Well, Doctor, you're dismissed.
Thank you, ma'am. And I will head for the door.
Kira is going to update Captain Perot on the findings from the doctor.
All right, 1 second. I gotta reload Forge. It froze up on me. Very interesting. All right, Forge, what are you doing? Kier, can you switch to Navajo engineering for me, please? For whatever reason, I cannot get Forge to respond at the moment. Are we having the Sunday glitch problem?
Is that an Artemis tradition? A Forge glitch?
You know how technology can be. Yeah, I was trying to switch to the Navajo engineering to give the engineers the scene. Then it just froze at 98% when I was trying to preload it. And then it wouldn't let me switch to anything.
I just got kicked out.
Yeah, same on this side.
That's because here restarted it.
Yeah, I think this is the first time I've ever seen this happen, at least.
Yeah, sometimes Kira and I run into issues when we're trying to load assets. I guess it's just like a quirk of how Forge runs their servers. All right, so the scenes I have set up, the engineers, I'll give the engineers the opportunity to talk with each other. Rix wants his scene with the Calathans on the planet.
Someone is dying in the background.
Sounds like someone has a whimpering puppy in the background.
That was my yeoman's assistant.
And then the captain was going to try to get in touch with someone from the Tzenkethi government.
FYI, I'm logged in and I see engineering just fine.
Okay. Let me get back in. All right. So what I was trying to get set up until Forge got another idea was Solak and Kane talking, and I figured since we don't get to use your engineering often, this would be a good setting for it. So I'll let you two take the floor.
Are we physically in the same space?
You're probably talking to him via a view screen on your panel.
Then I'll go into my office real quick if that's okay.
Yep.
We'll do it there.
Yeah, so he'll be on your low computer monitor then.
So I'll start off with computer. Open a secure channel to USS Artemis. Engineering section, Commander Kane.
A few moments later, Kane appears on your screen.
Commander, this is Solak, USS Navajo.
Commander Solak. Oh, how are you?
I am functioning correctly. I wish to speak with you about the current dilemma.
Oh?
My ship is gone under engineering currently has finished its duties in setting up the ship in eventuality of combat. However, logically, I can see no alternative to avoid combat than to slow down the reproduction of the Calithians on the planet's surface. I understand that you have been endeavoring to slow their reproduction as well, or stop it completely.
Correct. Slow or stop. We've had some success. I think it may be possible.
Can you explain?
Of course. So, GM, I'm gonna string together a bunch of techno babble. But Commander Solak, it appears that the machine operates essentially on a cycle type system. these regrowth chambers are linked very closely with the terraforming apparatus that we were successfully able to fix. Now, my understanding of the terraforming apparatus gave us a bit of a leg up as we understand these chambers. I think it's possible to slow down essentially the clock speed of these regrowth chambers. At this point, we should be able to slow down the processing speed without interrupting the process itself. We're just trying to understand if we do that, are we also going to slow down the terraforming device, and will that present any issues for the planet? That's one thing that we haven't cracked yet.
So to summarize, your theory is by slowing down the cycle of the regrowth, it will also slow down this terraforming of the planet. Have you made any attempts, or have you had any breakthroughs in separating the two?
Well, that's
allowing the terraforming to continue while slowing down or stopping the regrowth.
That's what we're currently working on. At this point, they are linked. We think there's a way to separate the two. We're just essentially working on a good system with which to do that. He'll send over the schematics that they're working up right now. We think if we introduce essentially the separator at this point in the connection, we should be able to essentially capture the clock cycles of both, and then that would allow us to separate it off into separate clock cycles. It's essentially a man in the middle, if you will.
Interesting. So by inserting this man in the middle, you would effectively trick both systems into thinking that everything is functioning as normal.
The terraforming side will read the regrowth chambers as functioning but slowing, and the other side will read the same. And at that point, we can theoretically set the clock cycles for each one at whatever we want to.
I would like to present a slight alternative to your plan. The goal here is to continue the terraforming of the planet and its current cycle, while slowing or potentially stopping the regrowth of the Calethans. This program, I'm assuming that you're wanting to insert in between two processes. Would it be possible, in theory, for this program to fool the terraforming into thinking that the regrowth is happening at the cycle that's expected, while in reality the regrowth has slowed or stopped completely?
I think that should be possible.
I would suggest that we focus then on that. Out of character, what are the name of the race? The Tzekians? Is that their name?
Tzenkethi.
Tzenkethi. The Tzenkethi. The Tzenkethi seem to be very concerned about the reproduction of this species. If we were able to show them that this reproduction could be controlled, that might be a negotiating point that we could avoid violence.
Well, it's plausible. I'm not a diplomat by any means, but seems logical.
Thank you. I'm not a diplomat myself, but I do know my captain. Our orders are very specific, and his intention is to follow them to the letter. This would mean that if the Tzenkethi were to attempt to destroy the facilities on the planet and eliminate the Calethans, the captain will respond with force. It does not make logical sense for the Tzenkethi to engage in a war with the Federation, a war they cannot afford and a war that they would not win. The only side that would benefit from such a war would be the Dominion. Ironic, since it was the Dominion that wiped out the Calethans in the first place.
That's interesting. Well, we're all ears, Commander. If you have any suggestions on ways to improve the system and how it's going to function, then please let us know.
I would like you to please submit your research and your work to me as soon as possible. I will put myself and members of a team on it as well. I believe the human expression is 2 heads are better than 1. I think in this case, that is an apt expression.
Well, either that or the more the merrier. Either way. Sending it over
Merry
now.
implies happiness, which I am not familiar with.
Oh, well, I think once you review these plans, we might be able to change that. We're sending it over now.
Thank you, Commander. We will look through it. I will follow up with you. So lock out.
And Kane will send it over.
Yeah, you're able to send over your stuff.
So I don't know how we want to, if there's a role that we want to do with this, but essentially the idea here is that we're trying to insert a program here into these processes that would fool the terraforming into thinking that everything is functioning correctly with the regrowth. And once that's in place, then we could slow or stop the regrowth.
Okay.
Correct.
I think this is a viable option, but it is not going to be easy. I am thinking somewhere in the realm of difficulty 5, complication of 3.
I just want to make a quick point. What's going to stop the Calethans from noticing?
We're going to mimic the reporting of OK data between the two. So whatever reporting
Yeah, but I
system
mean,
they have.
physically, won't they notice that it's taking their people longer to pop out?
That's not really our problem. That seems like a diplomatic problem. We can give a heads up to the captain and the commander to sort that out.
I think what we're trying to also assume set up here is it possible to do this? So is it based upon the knowledge that we have of their technology? So I'm assuming that this is all being done via simulation.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
then-
yeah. This is just getting the viability. This is not installing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But once it's installed, essentially, I mean, the Calethans would essentially know at that point that we have stopped or significantly slowed their reproduction, their cloning, effectively. So you said difficulty 5,
Complication
complication 3.
3. Yeah, and any one of you could be the main roller. The other one may assist. And then whoever's ship is the main role will also assist.
Kane, since this is your idea initially, I would suggest that you be the main roller and that I would assist.
Okay, I'd agree with that. Out of curiosity, what's your reason engineering?
Reason engineering 15.
Okay. GM, I'm assuming it's a reason engineering role.
I can go reason or insight.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take lead on this.
And GM, what Solak is essentially doing here with this assist is that he's getting this information. And then what Solak does is he reverse engineers things. So he takes information, he takes technology, breaks it down into its base elements, and then recreates it in his mind so that it becomes something that he can better understand and utilize. So if he's sending me data about a program that we're trying to insert within this technology, he would break it down and then find a way to make it better. That's how I see him as assisting here, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, Yeah, the thing that popped to mind literally 2 seconds before I opened my mouth is basically a modified form of the Stuxnet virus from 10 years ago or so, where, yeah, you're throwing off the timing of centrifuges essentially to slow down or stop the production of fissile materials in Iran while reporting that everything's operating correctly, with the intention of basically sabotaging it without giving as much of a notice as possible that it's being sabotaged. So definitely happy to go over the code on that one, because Kane is not an expert coder. Okay, so complication range 3. GM, will you accept, excuse me, xenotechnology for focus?
Yeah, I will take that. I will also take computer systems because I believe you are essentially creating a computer virus from the gist of what I'm getting,
Correct. Okay,
or at least a computer program to mimic stuff. So I'll take computers too.
awesome. Okay. Will you accept determination against the value if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying? Because essentially he's hacking a system to cheat.
As bad as this sounds, I think that fits.
Okay. Feel like I'm gonna get some mileage out of this one, but
That's a good one.
Dude, yeah,
Oh.
there's a whole story behind it.
Yeah, you're gonna have to tell them the story of you cheating in the holodeck program in holodeck basketball.
Oh God, yeah, I'll share that log for sure.
It's the reason why Rix will not protect the engineering department. Because they cheated his game.
Okay, so all right, take a threat. So that's 3 dice. First 2 are automatic successes, and then will you accept
So then
threat?
the question becomes how many dice are you buying?
Yeah. So definitely threat for 3 dice. To get up to 4, will you accept a momentum and another threat?
Yeah, so you're giving me 2 threat and 1 momentum
Correct.
to roll 4 dice total.
Correct.
Okay. Then you're going to want to roll 3 dice marking determination used.
Alrighty. Cool.
And then don't forget about the focus and let her rip.
Boom.
And don't forget comp range. Jesus. Then we just need Solok's roll and the Artemis's roll.
Would you accept reverse engineering as a focus?
I think I was going to go with computers more.
Okay, fine.
Because you guys are basically making a code. Jesus. All right, just need someone to roll the Artemis.
I'll leave that to Kane. I don't want to roll for his ship.
We'll open the Artemis here.
Also, I can't roll for his ship. I can't see it.
GM, you said computers engineering?
Yeah.
Oh, didn't do the comp range, but yeah.
Not. What is this?
It was the lucky number here today.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10 out of a diff 5, so you guys gain 5 momentum. Oh, yeah, you got your program.
Commander Kane, this is Solok.
Commander?
It would seem our simulations are a success. 2 heads are indeed merrier than 1.
Solok, have you ever been to Ryza?
No, I have not.
Well, wherever in the same sector, make sure to save up some vacation time.
How would vacation time on Ryza relate to what we are doing right now?
Kane's smile will widen. Oh, Commander, we're going to have a lot of fun together.
Fun. This is something that I am not capable of.
Smile widens even more. All right, well. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to ask if this is a joke.
A heartfelt offer, Commander.
I
would
see.
really like you to come to Ryza with us.
Then I accept your invitation. Thank you for your assistance on this. I have found it to be most stimulating and interesting. I think the next step here is that we report our findings to our respective commanding officers.
Absolutely, Commander.
I think some sort of conference would be in order. I will head up to the bridge to the captain, and you will contact your commanding officer.
You read my mind.
That is not possible for me to do. I simply guessed your next intention. I will see you in the communication when we speak between our respective ships. Solok out.
All right. So that's probably going to take a few hours, but in the meantime, I think we're going to head down to the planet's surface. See which one is. I think it's this one. All right. Rix, was there any one of the Calethans that you were wanting to roleplay with?
I'll guess I'll go to the one that their bespoken leader went to. Don't remember what her name was. Yeah, that character, yeah.
Beam and noise as she beams in next to you.
Greetings, ma'am. My name is Lieutenant Rix, Chief of Security of the USS Artemis. I've been assigned to escort you and to the facility and assist in your efforts.
It is much appreciated, Lieutenant. It's from my understanding that the next one of my kind is soon to be ready, as it were.
As is my understanding as well.
I will follow your lead, Lieutenant.
Very well. And I just nod to the security officers that are with me and I take the lead.
All you got to do is to walk into this rock face.
Okay. It's like Hogwarts, no, what is it, 3/4?
Platform 9 3/4.
Yeah, that's the one. Oops. Do you want to teleport Rix Ardon? Of course, but...
Yes.
Wait. Oh, yes, okay. Always want to teleport.
There's probably some medical personnel in here as well.
Mm-hmm. Just gonna nod to the security guards that were with me to stay at the entrance and keep watch there. In the meantime. Then I'm gonna say to the Calithiana, may I ask your name, ma'am?
Kiri, how did you pronounce that? Sazia, maybe? Yeah, we'll go with that. I am Sazia.
I understand you're the leader of the Caelithians. Or at least
Wouldn't say the leader. I'm merely the first one that emerged.
What is your original profession, if I might ask?
Most of us here were scientists.
Studying what?
Toward the end, it wasn't about what we studied. It was trying to preserve the species.
I understand your main antagonist was the Dominion back in the Gamma Quadrant, correct?
That is your word for them, yes.
Could you tell me about the events that led to your exodus, so to speak? I'm fascinated to hear how you managed to get all the way over here.
It was out of pure desperation that we found ourselves flung into this side of the galaxy. The Dominion are anything but ruthless. They do not stop. They do not waver. They keep coming, no matter how fiercely you defend yourselves.
Do they want your resources, your people, your technology?
That and more. They wanted our subservience.
Who are they?
The ones you call the Dominion.
Okay, GM, out of character. The Dominion wanted the Dominion?
No, the Dominion wanted to bring them to subservience.
Oh, okay, now I understand. Okay. I thought they wanted the subservience of the Caelithians. Okay, never mind. They wanted to subjugate you.
They wanted to strip away the very fabric of our culture, all to service them.
Well, not to be frank on the subject, but I hear that's how you been dealing with the Tzenkethi. They're to be believed. And others.
I am not concerned about how the Tzenkethi feel about our culture.
Can't you understand how they might feel now that you've had your taste of your own medicine by the Dominion? That ended up you up all here.
There are very few absolute truths in this universe. When your Federation is put into a situation where it must claw tooth and nail for survival, do you not think perhaps you and your Federation will do unthinkable things?
Of course. I've done my fair of those things myself.
And given that, all you've experienced and all you've done, who are you or your Federation to judge how we decided to pursue our survival?
We learn from our mistakes. We learn from how we behaved. We try to be better. You don't seem to have learned that lesson yet. With respects.
When you see and witness an invading force bomb your cities, murder your citizens, you might be speaking a different tone also.
I'll probably be dead before that.
And this is our shot at coming back. We could have just surrendered to the inevitable, let the Dominion have their way. But we are nothing if not inventive.
I'll give you that. This is very resourceful, to say the least. Are you worried about the Tzenkethi? What will happen?
I am not worried. I am confident in our ability to survive.
I wanna get a read on her at this point. If that's her just being overconfident, or if she actually believes it. I have the read the room talent, which is the species trait we assigned to me, which I can use in
yes.
momentum to read, if that's enough.
Yeah, that should work. So yeah, you could spend the momentum. And what is it? So ask your question again.
I want to know if she's overconfident in her statements, that she's just brushing that off as she thinks too highly of herself, or if I sense that she actually has a plan, or that I'm not trying to say. She knows something that might help them in the end, or I probably can't dig that deeply, but if they have an ace in their hole in their arm, ace up their sleeve.
I'm sending it to you now.
Okay.
I believe that is what you are asking.
Mm. Okay, I'm not gonna glean more than that because then it's too much. What did you do to the Tzenkethi that have them so mad? As I understand it, you must have been there. This technology works as I think it does.
The Tzenkethi have been and always will be capable fighters.
They were your shield against the Dominion?
That was the thought. But even the Tzenkethi and all their military prowess proved to be inadequate.
How did you get here? Through the wormhole or by conventional means? The Gamma Quadrant is very far away to end up on this planet of all places.
We have our ways of getting here.
Means that are now gone?
I believe so.
Well, let's see if you're the newest acquisition of your species is faring well.
And just as you both go to look at it, you see that the countdown timer has stopped. The pod in the middle has opened, revealing another one of the species of their species. I don't exactly have tokens made for them.
Kind of imagining Westworld at this point.
So this could be a good stand-in. Just ignore the name. She'll go up to him as the newly emerging Calathian steps out. Easy there, brother. You are among friends. And Rix, you get reports from all the other sections that the cycle has finished, all within a few minutes of each other. So what was 4 is now 8. Each one in different individual.
Copy. Stacey, I do have to let you know that if it should come to us defending you, if the Tzenkethi should assault, I could use the help of your friends here. We are pretty stretched thin as we are, and well, if you'd want to defend your own equipment, that wouldn't be such a bad thing.
I will discuss it with the others.
Thank you.
Right. I think we're actually going to head back up to the Navajo.
Fine with me.
Because it's already 3. Captain, you were going to try to get a hold of another representative of the Tzenkethi, correct?
Right. The letter is signed by their autarch, so he's kind of try to bypass the middleman, as it were.
just for the sake of time, all of your potential communiques are all rerouted back to the Tzenkethi commander you are dealing with.
Well, in that case, I guess I'll just have to deal with him.
Right, so let me know what you want to do.
I will have my operations officer get the Tzenkethi commander on the screen.
Have you come to a decision, Captain Perone?
I've come to make a counteroffer. I have some problems with your Artarch's initial proposal. The first being that I see no direct evidence that these specific Calithians were involved in war crimes against the Tzenkethi. War crimes, I should note, occurred over 1,000 years ago. Do you have evidence that these specific Calithians were involved in war crimes against your people? If you have such evidence, then I would be duty bound to hand those individuals over to you.
I have received my orders from my superiors, Captain, and they are absolute. In terms where you wanted to know if they are responsible or not. Are their memory engrams were not stored? Are they not the original memories from 1,000 years ago?
They are, but there are the stored memories of over 12 million people down on the planet below us. I have 4 in my custody, or at least the 4 that are awake. If you can show me direct evidence that those 4 were directly involved in war crimes against the Tzenkethi people, then again, I would be honor bound to hand them over to you. But I have some points that I would like you to make as a counterproposal to your Artok. One, the Federation is willing, or will be willing, to hand over to your custody any Calithians from whom you have direct evidence individually were involved in war crimes against your people. That seems only right. I would note against in your letter that you say the Archon says the Tzenkethi will, should we agree to your proposal, that you would surrender claims on Gemulon 5. I would note to you that Gemulon 5 is outside and on the Federation side of the neutral zone, and therefore the Tzenkethi Coalition have no claim on the planet to cede. And finally, we will agree to remove all Calathians from along the board of the Tzenkethi Coalition, those who, again, do not, against whom you have no direct evidence that they were engaged in war crimes against your people. And we will agree to come to the Tzenkethi's defense should the Calathians take aggressive action against your people again. We will further share any advances in non-military technology we gain from the Calathians, and pledge to not pursue any military application of Calathian technology. This is my counter-proposal. I would also remind the Tzenkethi people in the Archon that the Calathians, when they committed these war crimes against your people, they were fleeing against an even greater power, that being the Dominion on the other side of the wormhole. There is a great possibility that the Dominion will come into the Alpha Quadrant again. The Calathians and their technology could be of great use in preserving our peoples. But it would make more sense that our two peoples, our two governments, remain not just at peace, but perhaps even consider becoming allies against the Dominion should they invade through the wormhole. Committing an act of aggression and war against the Federation would make such an alliance improbable, if not impossible. I understand your people's anger. If I were in your position, I would be angry as well. But perhaps taking out that anger on individuals that were not directly involved in events that occurred a millennia ago and damaging possible future alliances against an aggressive nation that chased these Calathians out of their own quadrant of space would be short-sighted on the part of the Tzenkethi people. I choose to believe that Tzenkethi people and their Archon are much wiser than that. And that is my counter-proposal to your Archon. Take it back to your leader and see what he says.
I will discuss this, but proof is what you require. We already have evidence. In the meantime, I will discuss your amendments to the proposal with my leaders.
Why not make a request? You say you have evidence. You could send me the evidence you have identifying the Calathian leaders that led this series of war crimes against your people. Can you send it to me? That way, in case those particular individuals decant from their regrowth chain bunkers, we can identify and take those individuals into custody as soon as they emerge.
We have evidence from the other resurrection site, Captain. It is the same as what it was there as it is here.
Other resurrection sites other than this world that we are in dispute over.
Your assumption is correct, Captain.
Interesting. Again, my request for information stands. The more information we share among ourselves, the stronger we become.
I will send you the DNA samples now.
Thank you.
So then, we will contact you shortly.
Until then, Commander. Navajo out.
We have what they sent, Captain.
Excellent. Send that information to the Artemis so that they can identify, if we can identify the Calathian leaders when they decant, if they are responsible for war crimes against the Tzenkethi people, we will need to take them into custody. And in either case, it will be good for us to be able to identify who their leaders are.
Aye, sir. Sending it over to the Artemis' sick bay now.
Very good. Has there been any response from Starfleet Command?
So I will give you the response from Admiral Gibson. He says he could live with these terms if you feel that they are right for the Federation. As long as Gemulon 5 is still a Federation colony.
Ah, very good GM way of leaving this decision on the players. I salute you, sir.
That's how it has to be. You can't pawn this decision off.
All right, well, the captain's going to go back to thinking and seeing if his other officers suggest alternatives to him.
All right, so I think what we'll do is we'll head to the sick bay because there's information that needs to be learned there. And then I think after that, I'll just throw everybody into a briefing room. And you guys can determine what happens there. All right, good doctor. You have just received a group of DNA samples from the Navajo.
Alrighty, was there any specific instructions with these sets of DNA, or did I just get a couple of records?
You got a couple of records, and then basically this was given to us by the Tzenkethi to identify who they believe the leaders are. And, ask to cross-reference and all that fun stuff.
Okay. I will cross-reference it with the scans of the different DNA containers that I made while I was in the call it the resurrection chamber.
Whatever we're going to call it. Go ahead and give me an insight or reason medicine. We'll just call this a diff 2.
Alrighty. Research focus.
Yeah, I'll go with research. Why not? Research, xenobiology, I think they all work.
I do have a talent called applied research. Does that come into play here?
What was that?
Applied research. Once per scene when you attempt a task which relates to information you received earlier. Oh, earlier in that scene. Never mind. Alright. You said diff 2?
Yep.
Alright. I will buy a die with momentum for my cautious. I am re-rolling that with my cautious.
Oh, yes. Complications are never good. Well, they're good for me.
I'm actually debating letting the complication stand. Hmm. Nah.
All right. Information coming to you. And then I do have to add a plural in there. There you go. That should be right now.
You know, I gotta say that's kind of exactly what I was expecting to happen if I had let the complications stand.
Any questions since you do have 5 momentum?
Um, yeah. He said they got this from a different resurrection site.
Yes.
So the same 4 people would be the start of each planet.
That is a good question.
Hmm. I'm gonna take a stroll up to the bridge while I mull over the rest of this information.
All right. Since I think we might be there yet, if you wanted to have a scene alone with Commander Kier, Doctor, we could. If not, we could probably go straight into a conference room, throw everybody in there, and let you guys
Conference room
RP.
works too.
Because I think everybody has a different piece of the pie at this point, and I think it is time to bring it all together. The million-dollar question, though, is which conference room do we want this to happen at? Actually, Navajo's is bigger, so we'll go there.
I was going to say, since this is
Nebula
a
class is probably less cramped.
Which one has the best catering?
Probably the Navajo. All right, Kier, just for my future reference, these background tokens, how do you bring them to the forefront? So many folders open. Is that everybody that's here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. Aha. All right. I believe the scene is set up. Everyone has all the info. Take it away, players.
I'd like to welcome the command staff of the Artemis aboard. Welcome to our humble little ship.
Thank you, Captain.
Thank you, Captain.
Well, I think it'd be best to begin with division head. Each ship's division heads reporting on any new information that they've recovered. Let's start with engineering and sciences, and then work our way to medical.
Captain, the combined engineering teams of the USS Navajo and the Artemis have come up with a solution to the issue involving the growth of the chelation species and having that tied to the terraforming regrowth of the planet. I'll let Commander Kane explain the details.
Captain, we think we might have a solution to both slow and stop the regeneration of the Clathans. Initially, since the terraforming equipment on the planet was linked very intimately with these regrowth chambers, we didn't know if we could shut down one and not shut down the other or affect it. Well, and he'll bring up the code and the schematics. With this, we think we have a solution for that. Essentially, what we can do is insert this code between the two, decoupling the clock cycles, if you will, between the two, and slow down the clock cycles of the regrowth chamber, which will give us some control over the speed at which it goes, and again, potentially slow it down to the point where we even effectively stop it.
This would also allow the terraforming of the planet to continue at its current pace, Captain. It has all been tested successfully in simulators on our ship and on the Artemis.
We think our simulation technology is good enough to where it should represent a real-world application.
Well, that is good news. You say we can slow down the regrowth of the Calathan people? Can it be stopped altogether?
Yes, in theory it can be, according to the simulation.
Do we know if the Calathan technology can be then moved or reproduced elsewhere?
We have not had time to research that, Captain. This is a question that the Calathans would have to answer at this point. Moving their technology is possible. Recreating it, restarting on another planet, that is a different issue.
It would take quite a bit of research, Captain. We have familiarity with it, but it's quite advanced.
However, given this new finding and our ability to potentially insert this, it does provide us an opportunity to talk to the other side, so to speak, and inform them that we can slow down and potentially stop the reproduction of the Calathans, while also allowing the terraforming of the planet to continue. A planet that, from what I understand, Captain, you have very clearly indicated is within Federation jurisdiction.
Yes, I have just recently made that very clear to the Tzenkethi.
The question is whether the Calathans will adhere to this. This is their technology, and this is their way of repopulating their species after eradication.
Yes, I imagine they'll be quite protective of the bunkers as well. But as the Calathian leader, or scientist, he's reminding me, they are at the moment at our mercy, theoretically, and have very few choices but to go along with what we insist that they do.
Would it not be logical and possible for a certain number of Calathans to be regrown, allowing them to genetically copulate and recreate their species naturally?
No, medical.
Unfortunately, no. Either the process they are currently using to regenerate their species or through some previous machinations, each individual Calathan is sterile. They are unable or incapable of sexual reproduction.
Is this sterilization embedded within their genetic code?
It is enough that they need their technology in order to create new Calathans.
It should be theoretically possible for them to create a new generation of Calathans that are able, that are not sterile, allowing them to copulate and reproduce in that way. It does not make logical sense that they would knowingly sterilize themselves. At least there's no logical reason that I can think of.
Well, Commander, I think your question presupposes they haven't already attempted to do such a thing and perhaps failed at it.
Or perhaps they find the idea repugnant.
It is an interesting ethical question as well. Cloning is illegal in the Federation.
Well, they wouldn't be cloning. They have the capacity to splice together two sets of DNA to create an entirely new person.
So in effect, technology is the way that they reproduce.
Yes.
I'm not aware of any law that prevents a species from doing this, Captain.
Nor am I.
Logically, it's less messy that way, I suppose.
This is assuming that the normal course of reproduction is messy in your mind.
Well, this also allows them a certain degree of control. They're able to pick which genetic strands they wish to transfer to the next generation and edit out ones they do not desire.
It is interesting, though, from an ethical point of view. Was this not the idea behind scientists in the late 20th century on Earth?
Eugenics was exactly my thought, Commander.
Picking and choosing which genes are going to go into the next generation is very much the cornerstone of eugenics. That is illegal, Captain.
Doctor, do we know if they're doing this, or is it entirely random?
Without access to Calathan medical databases or cultural databases, I couldn't know.
It also could be possible diplomatically to negotiate how often the Calathans reproduce, how many are created per next generation, etc. Something that could be negotiated between us, the Calathans, and the Tzenkethi.
You'd ask them to put limits on their population growth?
The Tzenkethi have very significant and very strong feelings about the repopulation of the Calathans. And it's justifiable. The Calathans enslaved them, according to their information.
Yes, but
Calathans
that's
have-
what we do to any Federation citizen.
The Calathans do have a right to exist, but their way of existing is very different than anything that we have encountered. And if they are to repopulate themselves in such a way, it would be problematic in how that would affect the Federation should they do so within Federation borders. I simply present this as an alternative. I am not one to condone population control, but if it makes sense logically, then it is an option that should be on the table.
Population control would be an internal matter for the Calathian people. Dictating how they control their own population would be outside the Prime Directive, I suppose.
I don't know if the Prime Directive necessarily applies here, Captain. Their technology is far in advance of anything that we have.
Yes, but remember the Prime Directive. The Prime Directive also prevents us from interfering with solely internal matters of the species.
Their way of reproducing uses technology. We control technology, do we not?
Yes, but again, how they repopulate their species is an internal matter for their people.
I would argue at this point, Captain, it is no longer an internal matter, since it is very much an intergalactic matter.
Explain, so they are, despite from what I've heard, is despite the fact that they are not biologically mating, they are taking the DNA of two individuals, combining it, and creating a new individual. Is that not what is done through biological reproduction?
That is what is done through biological reproduction. I'm simply making the point that their decisions on how quickly to reproduce are very much on the minds of the Tzenkethi. And the Tzenkethi seem to be very willing to go to war over this. Therefore, it is no longer an internal matter. It is a matter that both affects and is influenced by several outside sources.
Perhaps if we can get them to agree to slow down the reproduction cycle, perhaps the Tzenkethi will agree with it, though I'm not sure they will.
It is either that or the possibility of war.
I think the
Captain, I'd
Tzenkethi
like
are
to
willing.
make. Go ahead.
I think the Tzenkethi are willing to risk war to eliminate the threat that they see as dangerous and destructive.
You are correct in that assessment. On your ability to segregate the terraforming device, regrowth chambers.
Sorry, Captain, we're losing you. Your microphone's
you're-
going in and out.
So, can the
It's still cutting out a bit.
Yeah.
I don't. There's nothing I can do about that.
You're clear now, so.
Now you're clear. We can hear you now.
Oh, sorry. Based on the plan, your plan to separate the terraforming from the regrowth, from the cloning chambers, can that plan be implemented without alerting the Calathians that we're doing it?
The moment that we implement it, Captain, the Calathians will know that the process of cloning or the process of regrowth is slowing down and potentially stopping. The genie will be out of the bottle, so to speak.
I guess I'm not asking the question clearly enough. Can you implement the plan without the Calathians finding out in time to stop us?
Captain, I think technically we may be able to implement that plan. However, they will obviously know there's an issue when they don't have an increasing population at the cycles that they expect. So we may be able to buy some time, but I'm not sure if we can completely pull the wool over their eyes.
Indeed,
Likely
Captain.
only a matter of days.
Additionally, slowing down their population could also, it won't necessarily address the issue with the Tzenkethi.
Not unless we're going to get them to agree to some concessions.
Exactly. We would have to communicate to the Tzenkethi that we have the ability to do this. It is essentially a bargaining chip. An understanding with them that we are willing to, that we understand their concerns, and that we do have the technology and the means to help them, so to speak. But that is a risk. the moment the Tzenkethi know, they will either act upon it or not. And the Calathians, they would have to be convinced that this is within the best interest of their species. The alternative is potentially eradication again, and the destruction of their technology, which would prevent their rebirth again, so to speak.
This is true. Medicals, Medicare, sure, medical or science division been able to identify any of the 4 new decanted Calathians as one of their leaders?
Yes. The first 4. Although
The
I
4
have
that claim not to be their leaders.
Yes, although I have some suspicions about the Tzenkethi's source of this information. The report
Or
that
the
came from the
Tzenkethi.
4 samples I received said that the Tzenkethi got these from a different cloning site.
That is what they told me. Do you have reason to doubt that?
No, well, no. It's just that it would imply that these 4 individuals were would be scheduled to be the first ones out at every planet. The same 4 people always at the forefront to ensure the process moves forward.
Would that not be cloning of some kind?
It would.
Are
But
these individuals replicants of some kind of individuals that at one point lived 1,000 years ago?
yes.
Then that
But
would be
what
the
I'm saying
definition
is,
of cloning.
I'm challenging the assumption that these are their leaders.
I would challenge that assumption as well, Doctor. The individuals that you're talking about are replicants of individuals that lived 1,000 years ago. Those
More importantly,
individuals
they're
are long
replicants
since
of
gone.
scientists. The first people out of the replicative process are the ones meant to tend to the replicative process. I feel
So
like the Tzenkethi have made the assumption that the first 4 people out were supposed to be the ones leading them, not making sure everyone else got off the boat safely, so to speak.
interesting. Illogical, of course, but interesting.
Well, it's logical that they would, the first ones to be reborn would be the ones that could monitor the technology as it continues in case there are problems.
But that does not necessarily mean that those individuals should be assumed to be the leaders, which I believe is the point the Doctor is making. In any case, if these individuals are created, as you say, if they are replicants of, and please correct me, Doctor, I don't know if I received an answer to this. Are these individuals duplicates of people that lived 1,000 years ago?
It is the donation of a DNA pattern from a specific individual and a copy of their knowledge and memories up to the point that the save was made.
That is, in essence, cloning.
Yes.
And this individual has the memories of an individual that lived 1,000 years ago. But
Yes.
this particular individual did not commit the crimes of that individual 1,000 years ago. This is a new life form in all aspects.
That's in dispute.
But biologically and scientifically, this life form is new, correct?
Yes.
So if the life form began and existed in the very recent present, how could it be charged for crimes that happened 1,000 years ago?
Commander, how often do you cycle the atoms in your body?
he would know the answer to that question, so I'll give you the answer. I don't know the answer to that question.
A
Fair.
Vulcan every 19 years.
Yeah. In that case, are you not the same person you were 18 years ago?
If we are getting into that type of a discussion here,
It seems
I don't know if it's necessarily productive. I simply suggest the idea here that if an individual is a new life form, and life being born as we describe it in our law, then how could that life form be guilty of a crime that another version of it committed 1,000 years ago?
But I would say the same thing. If your atoms are recycled every 18 years and you committed a crime 20 years ago, would you still be liable for that crime? You're essentially a different person at the atomic level. You're just organized the same as you were back then.
I simply refer to Federation law, which does not utilize or note the life cycle of atoms in one's body as a statute of limitation on a particular crime.
An engineer and
Captain, if I may speak,
Please.
with all due respect to the moral issue here, I do believe there is a more concerning tactical and strategic issue. While I spoke to one of the supposed leaders, Cecia, I got the impression from her that the Calithians do not seem to be worried about this situation whatsoever. Not that the Tzenkethi are here to wipe them out, nor that we are here at all. They do not seem to believe they're in any danger. I do not know if that is overconfidence, the thought that we're just minor species to them, or that they have some kind of ace up in their arm that they've yet to reveal. At this point, I believe we should consider the Calithians just as dangerous as the Tzenkethi.
I believe it is entirely possible that the Calathians have the possibility of being a threat to the Federation as well.
I'm not talking overall, I'm talking here and now. They got here not through the Bajoran wormhole. They got to our side of space, escaping the Dominion by conventional means. How, they would not tell me when I asked. But they obviously have something bigger at their disposal somewhere.
They very well have defenses on the planet below that we don't know about.
That is what worries me. And they might as well aim it at us as well as the Tzenkethi. In their eyes, we're trespassing on their space. Just as much as the Tzenkethi are.
Their technology should not be underestimated, and I agree with the lieutenant's assessment.
With your permission, Commander and Captain, I'd like to have a shadow team of sorts to dig deeper into the technology, inspect the planet closer, even the surrounding system, all that we can without being detected by the Tzenkethi. See if there's anything in the system on this planet that we have yet to miss. That is a big piece in this puzzle.
Question. If you separate the terraforming devices from the regrowth bunkers, will the regrowth bunkers continue to? Are we guaranteed that regrowth bunkers will continue to function if they're reliant upon one another?
The program that we are simulated, sir, would allow both to function. They would continue to function, but we would be able to control the regrowth of the Calathans without affecting the terraforming of the planet.
Very well. I anticipate being a response from the Tzenkethi from my last counter proposal fairly soon. Last minute recommendations?
There's truth there somewhere, Captain. We just have to find what it is.
What if the Calathians would be willing to pay war reparations to the Tzenkethi, and the Tzenkethi would be willing to accept them? There's a thought.
A logical one, sir. Assuming, of course, the Tzenkethi are open to reparations. The Tzenkethi mindset seems to be much more that they are wanting revenge.
Well, they would need some assurances that they would not be enslaved by the Calathians again.
That would require Calathian cooperation, and it would require a control of some kind over Calathian repopulation.
I, for one, do not believe the Calithians will make any concessions. I do not believe they care.
And even if they did, how trustworthy are they?
At the present time, not at all.
Precisely.
You know, if it weren't for the fact that the Federation wants this site or this planet as a colony, I think the Prime Directive would state we'd have to step back and let things happen as they would.
A very logical assessment, Doctor.
However, the problem at issue here, that whatever happens here will have a massive impact on the rest of the quadrant. Should we make a misstep here, let the Calithians settle where they want to later become a threat, it's just as dangerous as going to war with the Tzenkethi here and now to defend them.
That's my issue, Lieutenant. If they are truly as much of a danger as the Tzenkethi firmly believe that they are, relocating them is just going to create a problem elsewhere that the Federation is going to have to deal with later on down the line. It's kicking the can down the road.
I believe our next course of action should be to get as much information from the Tzenkethi as possible about the Calithians. The previous history, encounters, what they did, when they got there. There has to be some truth in all of that. The whole species don't carry animosity just because.
The issue at hand, Lieutenant, is time. Time may have run out on us.
Not yet, but it's coming fairly quickly. My counterproposal to the Tzenkethi was to continue to relocate the Calathians.
What was their response to this counterproposal, Captain?
I haven't received it yet.
Then we are in a holding pattern until they respond. And until they respond, we could attempt to gather more information.
Oh, don't worry, they'll respond quick.
The computer said that they will respond quick, so there.
I believe that was Ensign Vogel just peeping in.
Sorry.
No, like Kira and I talked in great length about this, so we just want to make sure we're true to what the Tzenkethi is before I give anything. Okay.
Around the room, what is your threat assessment of the Calathian people? Medicare?
I find them untrustworthy. They have not been forthright with the information they presented to us. Even as a telepath, they shroud their minds. They seem to be wanting to get the best outcome for their benefits. They know they're probably weak in a state of weakness, so they're using whatever means they can, even us potentially as their pawns. I think there is a danger to the Calathians. Not just the Tzenkethi, but to the Federation. However, I ask this of everyone, are we willing to sacrifice our moral compass?
It is an excellent question. Threat assessment, Commander Solak.
I think he may have dropped.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think Solak said he had to leave at 4, so
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
he took off.
Doctor?
Intellectually, they're capable of rationalizing almost anything they need to. If we were able to successfully relocate them, I'd say put them somewhere near the Tholian border. They're the only ones I don't think they could manipulate it in any normalized period of time.
Lieutenant Rix?
At present, we have an enemy we know, and a potential enemy we don't know. The risk assessment is high, and the attack could come from either side. I, for one, have no qualms about handing the Calathians over should they pose a greater threat in the long run, both to us in the immediate term and the Federation in the long term, than the Tzenkethi.
Commander Kane?
What we've seen of their technology suggests, well, very strong intelligence, very high aptitude for engineering. If this is anything like what their weaponry might be, I wouldn't want to imagine. They're in extreme danger, and if we've assessed that they're not trustworthy, and we can gather more evidence that they've committed the war crimes that Tzenkethi have said they did, it's strongly worth considering shutting down their reproduction and handing the ones that are already, I'll say, alive over to the Tzenkethi.
I'm surprised, Commander. It doesn't befit you to be so cold-blooded. You've spent too much time with me.
Oh, Lieutenant, I guess you have some good qualities and they're rubbing off on me.
Indeed.
Mr. Vogel, thoughts? Hate to put the GM in that position, but
Fascist says GM knows the other side. This is a very tenuous situation, Captain. I can see all sides of this argument. I could see us upholding our Starfleet principles and protecting the Calathians, because after all, they are an unknown. And isn't that what we're here for, to protect and learn about the unknown? But I could also see Lieutenant Rix's and Commander Kane's side of this. If they do pose a threat, if the Tzenkethi are right, we could very well be our own downfall here.
this would almost be easier if we were dealing with the Borg. We have very few compunctions against wiping them out, if we could.
Again, an enemy we know, sir.
The other reality is that the Dominion, if they come to the wormhole, having the assistance of a technologically superior race against the Dominion would be useful.
Let's not forget that they were wiped out by the Dominion.
The
Yeah.
Tzenkethi don't seem too interested in collaboration.
Should we trust their story on that, even? How could the Dominion have chased them all the way to this base, and we haven't heard a slightest hint of the Dominion until we went through the wormhole and encountered them there?
It's an interesting point.
Well, we don't know how they would have gotten here either way. They might have taken the wormhole. They might have had some kind of faster than light technology we don't know about.
That's also the problem. They were quite elusive when I asked them about the fact that they were from the Gamma Quadrant and how they got here in the first place. This is why records from the Tzenkethi could be vital in figuring out this puzzle.
Yes, and they seem to be reluctant to share everything they have. And after a millennia, I suspect what they have is incomplete. And colored by their own perspective of being subjugated to Calathians.
Yet we must start somewhere.
Can we trust the Tzenkethi to not manipulate the records they send to us? They seem to want to destroy the Calathians regardless.
Well, I think it's entirely possible, considering the fact that the ones they identified as being the leaders of the four that we have now, who claim to not be the leaders, one of the two groups is lying to us.
The fact that they're going to this length, even threatening the Federation, says a whole lot.
Well, on the flip side, how would we feel if someone was trying to protect the Borg?
It's true, Doctor. Knowing the danger that they would represent to, well, everything.
The ally of my enemy is my enemy.
Well, for my parts, knowing what we do know about this race, highly technologically advanced. From the best we can tell, very, very intelligent, capable of very strong deception. They seem to have no emotions. They seem to want to protect themselves, propagate. What better way to protect yourself and ensure your propagation?
Sam, what are you doing?
Biding your time until you're able to establish leverage over who you need to.
Yes, ma'am.
And then pushing that leverage to the maximum possible extent. If they're truly as unfeeling and straightforward and logical and intelligent as they seem to be, I agree with Commander here that that's likely what they're attempting.
Sweater, undershirt, tank top. I have my sweats on.
That if the Tzenkethi to be believed,
But if your thoughts on
and I have reason to think that at least in this, they are being truthful. They believe they told us they pulled those other records from another one of these sites. The Calathians have told us that this have at least led us to implied to us, or let us attempted to lead us into believing that this is their only rebirth world, that they would not be able to repopulate their species without this world. But if the Tzenkethi are right, then there are other facilities.
Functional one. She did say that they were interlinked, and if they had been able to detect her, if the other ones were still online, they would have been able to detect it. So she stated this is the only one still functioning.
It is probable that Tzenkethi already destroyed the one they encountered previously.
If there are other sites and we were able to repair this one, could we not repair a different one?
They seemed a little more reluctant to reveal the locations of other sites.
Wouldn't we be? If we had a secret repository of the DNA of our species and the various non-sentient species on our world, and we take that repository and hid it somewhere, would we not guard that secret at all costs?
Yes, but we don't have the history with the Tzenkethi that they do. This fills in some context, even if all of it doesn't need to be true. Certainly raises suspicions that we can't fully trust.
The question is, do we condemn the potential possible existence of 12 million sentients to non-existence just for our own safety, to avoid war?
In the end, yes, we might have to. The Federation is a threat.
The ironic thing is that if we control the rate of their regrowth, are we not subjecting the Calathians just like they did to the Tzenkethi, or at least in a similar fashion? I mean, what are we debating around this table but the existence of this species and their right to exist? Do we have the right to end them because they might be a threat to us in the future.
Captain, the Tzenkethi are hailing.
Put it on screen. Essentially, the captain's having to put it on the monitors back here in the conference room.
Your terms for the amendment are unacceptable, Captain. If you do not hand over the 4 Galathians, we will be forced to attack. If you do not wish to get involved, you may stand aside and let us do our job. Otherwise, we will be enemies.
That's a harsh line in the sand, Tzenkethi Commander. I have some problems with it. One, for this pilot to be a viable, we need that terraforming site. It controls most of the terraforming we've accomplished on the planet, so I can't let you have all the technology on that world. Two, I find it hard to believe that 4 individuals are a danger to the Tzenkethi Coalition. I'm amazed that your species seems to be quivering in fear of them. We have an opportunity to work together to avoid the mistakes of the past, to protect the Tzenkethi people, and share the technology that we might need against the Dominion in the future.
We do not care about the technology, Captain. However, if you require time for this terraforming device, I am willing to listen. However, those bunkers must be destroyed before more of them arise. The R sensors detected 4 more have already completed regeneration, and more are soon to follow.
Yes, there are 8 of them now. Secret horde. Tell me, what records do the Tzenkethi have? Specific records about these people do you have 1,000 years ago? Are you basing everything on myth and oral tradition? Perhaps we should leaders of all 3 groups sit together. Perhaps we can consider war preparations and treaties to protect, rather than photon torpedoes and phasers.
Oh, I sent it to the wrong person. Sorry.
The time for talk is over, Captain. You not agree to our terms, then we have no choice. I have my orders.
You said you'd give me time to complete the terraforming. I'll need to keep the terraforming device itself. It's integral to the ecosystem of the planet.
These will be the terms for the liaison to oversee, but we will not destroy it. But the device must be dismantled at some point.
So you want your liaison to oversee the destruction of the bunkers.
No,
But you'll permit us to.
The liaison will oversee the destruction of the terraforming device. We will oversee the destruction of the bunkers.
Oh, you did say you'd give me time. Till the terraforming machine finish its work. That's correct, yes?
As I stated, the liaison officer will oversee the destruction.
What if I could slow down or stop the regrowth of the Calithian people? Would that alter your stance some?
No, it will not.
Curiosity, how many more of these regrowth sites have you found? Do you know how many more there are?
At present, only the two.
Well, that makes the terraform device all that much more important. I'll need 15 days to ensure the terraforming device finishes its work and that we can maintain the stability of the planet without it.
As I stated, the liaison will negotiate on a terraforming device. The bunkers must be destroyed immediately.
Those systems are integrated. I can separate them in time, But it'll be a lengthy process. Again, I'll need about 15 days. You, Commander, you and your people have yet to give me enough evidence, convincing evidence to allow for anything less. You claim that these people are a terror destroyer of worlds, but you offer no proof. The Federation needs this world. This world is a staging ground for potential conflict with the Dominion, and even if we didn't, you are in Federation territory. You are already invaders. You have already violated the treaty. You will give me the time that I need. Or you will provide the evidence, clear and convincing evidence, that these people need to be destroyed immediately.
All right, Captain, give me a difficulty 8 presence command.
8. Wow.
Here,
I'd like to at this point say holy bad word.
and I've been looking at
Give me a second. I moved out of the room.
sketches.
Yeah.
And then I had
Difficulty 8, you say? You're not asking. Difficulty 8 presence command, huh? All right. I guess I'm going to spend my momentum towards my determination towards the mission directives. They really don't have one for this, a value for this position. Well, I don't know. I spend it towards the value, no challenges. Well, it's just me, not me and my crew. No, I got a lot of my information with the help of my crew. So I'm going to pitch at least a value, no challenges too big for my crew. Or gain strength and purpose through unity, since we're all working together towards this.
I'll let Kier be the ultimate override because Kier is your GM, but I personally would take the strength and purpose one. But let Kier be the final say in that. Kier says yes.
Determination. This feels like we are negotiating, so you take negotiation as a focus.
I do believe so.
Then you can also have all 4 of those momentum and 2 threat.
And then you would roll 4 dice and then click determination. And yep.
Okay. Too short. 3 short. I'm going to re-roll the 19 anyway because I want to at least come close. Damn.
Came close.
One short. And that's
Oh,
all my that.
don't forget you have veterans, so go ahead and roll a d20 against your control, because you might get one back. Control's 10, so you do not get it back.
Yeah, my only outcome here is to attempt to would be to try to re-roll one. Would be to challenge a value to try to re-roll one of these successes and try to turn it into a critical success. Because now all of my dice are successes.
Oh, damn, they are.
Well, what the hell?
I will just say he rolled really, really, really good.
Yep. Well, whether it's by one or by a whole bunch, it's still a loss. I don't know what I'm going to replace it with. Oh, and I get a momentum because of Faith of the Heart. Don't I get a momentum since I used determination there? Not that it matters, but all right. I'll try to challenge the. I'm going to challenge the value I strive to be an example and guide to the next generation of officers, because I've been lying to the Tzenkethi. The whole reason I've been saying 15 days, so I'd have time for my reinforcements to arrive. I would say lying to my. I would say is challenging the value, because probably not setting a good example for my crew by lying to the Tzenkethi commander.
Just double checking with Kier for the challenge. He wants to. Kier is trying to challenge. I strive to be an example and guide to the next generation of officers. His reasoning was that he's been basically lying to the Tzenkethi, so he's not setting the best example. I'll take it.
Okay. You have lost connection.
Yeah, I saw that too.
All right, I am going to. Ah! You have lost connection. Now I've been kicked out.
Yeah, me too.
Might have gone down again.
Ooh.
Lousy Forge. And the biggest roll of the session. It's adding to the drama, I guess.
Well, when it comes back on, I'm going to use that determination. I guess I have to pick a value for that as well. I'll use the mission directive this time. And I'm going to re-roll all the dice that weren't crits. So still won't let me in.
Yeah, it says taking longer than expected to start. Please wait a minute and try again.
I can try rolling it in Discord. Let's see. So I had 5 dice, 2 of the 5 were crit, so I'd be rolling 3 dice, yeah? Against a target number of 17. Oh, die roller, no die roller. Oh no, there's one.
There's one
20.
somewhere. I just don't know if we integrated it into the channel.
Let's see. Oh, I only got 2 dice out of that. Neither of those were a crit. I need one more.
Yeah, just re-roll it. Just because the thing wasn't working right away. I didn't see that. Just re-roll it.
Okay. Well, I don't know how to. You can let me give a target number. I don't know how to tell it to roll 3 dice. Is it better to give me? Ah. So if you take the first 3, it's 8, an 18, and a 12. None of those are crits. And I would have needed at least one. I would have needed all 3 to come up successes. Yeah, I wouldn't have made it. I got one that wasn't even a success. So amazingly enough. Okay, so the captain's not as good a negotiator as he thought he was, and we're going to war.
Hi, baby.
Captain, accept these terms or stand aside. Your choice.
Sorry, I'm thinking. Okay, out of character. What do you guys want to do? We're going to war against the Tzenkethi or let the Calathians think swim on their own?
So, what I would suggest doing is what we could do is we could put this to a vote in both channels and then get the results and then possibly resolve that quickly, potentially tomorrow, depending on Kira if wanted the day off or not.
Yeah, it's a huge decision, and I know it's my character's the one having to make the decision, but I hate to make a decision that's going to impact the whole game for everybody.
That's the only reason I'm suggesting it is, we could just put the vote in both voice channels and then whatever the result is, you could do or whatever.
Because the alternative is my gut is telling me that we back off, that we accept their terms. Because these Calathians, they bother me.
I mean, it's 50-50 for me at this point. With the information we know, could go either way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of leaning towards your side, Captain. A super intelligent, advanced, potentially eugenics using race with no emotions kind of puts me on alert. Not sure
Yeah.
I like it. It is very Borg-like.
Well, I think the captain's new value is going to be sometimes the end justify the means. Is this about what he's about to do? Oh well. Perone is going to look at the monitor and tell the Tzenkethi commander, I have my own orders that I have to follow, and I'm disturbed by this lack of willingness on your part to cooperate. I'll send you my answer in writing, but you can guess what it is by the sound of my words. And the GM, the captain, is going to send the Tzenkethi commander that file he set up at the beginning of the game.
All right, 1 second. Let me find where I put that. Did that include? Hold on, I'll message you really quick.
Oh, hold on.
Just making sure we're all on the same page here.
Oh yeah. Oh well. Yeah. What's the Starfleet career? Now, he'll ask the commander. Just to be clear, no, he's told me. Wait a minute. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jim. The Tzenkethi commander has said several times he wants the terraformer destroyed too. Yeah.
But he's willing to let that finish. But when it's done, then it needs to be destroyed.
But once we destroy it, the planet reverts, right?
Unless it finishes. If it finishes, then you don't need it. Right.
No, then in that case, we'll just sigh and look at the Tzenkethi commander and say, "You understand that the Calathians may have defenses of their own planet side, yes?"
We are prepared to face whatever we may encounter.
I heard it.
I didn't hear anything.
We are prepared to face whatever we may encounter on the surface. Are you?
Captain Prone, you still there?
Oh, yeah, I didn't know I was muted. I think I accidentally muted myself. Prone says, I need 30 minutes to move my people away from the bunkers, and then they're yours. Stay away from the terraforming device.
Agreed.
Navajo out. Commander Kier, begin transporting your people off the surface. Have your engineer disconnect the terraforming device from the bunkers. Whether you disagree with me or not, log your protest. Log your protest in your log, so the Federation and so Starfleet recognizes this is my decision alone.
Understood. Lieutenant Ricks, give the order to have our security teams beam up from the bunkers and inform the Coethians they are on their own.
Yes, ma'am, but is it wise to actually inform them? There might be a reaction.
You have your orders. You have your orders, Lieutenant.
He sighs and then, yes, ma'am, it will be done. And then he leaves to organize the evacuation.
Keep our eye on the planet below. If the Calathians have defenses, we're about to find out what they are.
All right. The 30 minutes go by. All of the Starfleet personnel are vacated from the bunkers. The Tzenkethi raiders move in and very quickly make short work of the bunkers and return back to their ships.
Gonna have a scan of the terraforming facility. See if anything has changed there.
And then prone, the Navajo is hailed by the Tzenkethi commander again.
Put it on screen. Forgot I muted myself again.
Our task is complete here. Our ships will search the system for any remaining Coethian technology. Once the terraforming process is complete, we expect the location to be dismantled immediately.
Leave your observer behind and remove the rest of your ships from Federation territory.
Very well. I will remain behind.
Out of character, I couldn't understand what he said.
Very well, I will remain behind.
Very good. I expect to see the remainder of your ships out of Federation territory. Well, now. Navajo out. Science officer informed me when the rest of the Tzenkethi ships have left our space.
Aye, Captain. All right, I think Kier wanted a scene. So in the conference room, the rest of the senior staffs walk out, leaving just Captain Perone and Commander Kier.
I know that wasn't an easy decision for you to make, Captain.
That is true. I can't even guarantee that it was the right decision, but Admiral Gibson said, do what was in the best interest of the Federation. We need that world, and we cannot afford another war with the Tzenkethi. Not exactly the Federation values I wanted to impart upon my young crew. I did what I thought was best.
Sometimes the best choice is often the hardest.
We shall see. Well, if Captain Nolan wanted you to get a taste of what it was like to be in the big chair, you got one today.
Definitely
But if you
did.
want it, but if there's anything else I want you to take away from it, is this: that when you captain a ship, at the end of the day, you take responsibility for the decisions you make. Which is why I want you to log a protest in your log. If Starfleet disagrees, this is my responsibility.
To be honest, Captain, sometimes, well, I get the feeling this is the last we'll see of the Coathians.
I agree.
Coathians?
Calathans? Yeah, I agree with you. And there may be some consequences down the line. Depends on whether or not these Calathians were able to contact their other sites that they claim don't exist, but I don't believe them. I'm not sure I believe them when they said the other sites were offline. We'll need to make sure we
I would
write
agree
full
with you.
reports. I just hope that those future consequences against the Calathans, well, we have time to deal with the Dominion first.
Well, I see in this respect, 8 lives is a small price to pay for the lives of millions. Charlie now?
Sorry, go ahead.
If they are able to store all that genetic material, at least at 2 locations, these people are really dead to begin with.
And if they have other locations, then they live somewhere else.
How long ago?
What is it the Vulcans are fond of saying? The needs of the many?
Outweigh the needs of the few?
That's the one. Well, this member of the few probably will take a few days before he'll sleep easily again, but yeah. That's the price of command, I suppose. You did well in this
There's
mission, Commander Kier.
Thank you, sir. Well, if you stay numbered long enough, there is a fishing hole I can sit you up at.
I might take you up on that. I imagine we'll have orders fairly soon, though. But I have to remain at least long enough for the terraforming device to finish its job, and then we can dismantle the thing. Maybe we'll learn how to build something just like it. As long as that Tzenkethi dreadnought is in the system, I'm not going to leave you in the Artemis here alone. Those things are big.
They are indeed. Wouldn't want to face off against one. At least not.
Well, fortunately, when you go against some species like that, it's not the size of their ship. Sometimes it's that matters. It's finding weaknesses in their psychology to exploit. At the end of the day, we beat them once. We can do it again. To the telepath, that probably comes across as some false bravado.
Well, let's just hope the price we paid today is worth it in the end.
Agreed. Well, we both have work to do, Commander.
Well, Captain, I'll leave it to you. I must be going.
Take care. You're welcome aboard at any time. Perone will stand up to walk her to the transporter room to be nice about it.
All right, and then we'll head down to the Artemis's mess hall with a very somber atmosphere with Rix and Kane looking out the view screen. Or sorry, one of the windows.
Well, back home to grimy old Artemis. Not as sleek as the Navarro, but it'll do.
Rix, although I do have to agree with that. There's something about these newer ships, I guess. Might be interesting to work on one of these things eventually.
Well, you know what I crave right now? A good fight. We're gearing up so much for a fight with the Tzenkethi. I'm almost disappointed we didn't get one.
I have to say, looking forward to a fight with the Tzenkethi. Well, Lieutenant, I'm sure you'll get your fight soon.
I've heard you you wanted to take your crew to Risa.
You know, I
that
just
true?
had so much. It is. I've had so much fun last time that, well, between you and me, Lieutenant, I know I drive him hard. I was driven pretty hard when I was younger, and I feel it helped out a lot. So, regardless, I know they're under strain, and well, I enjoyed my Risa trip. So I'm looking forward to maybe blowing off some steam with them.
You're sorry you drive your engineers to hardship? Who is this? This is not the Commander Kane I know. And who was there at the cold-blooded sitting at the observation lounge, all but condemning Calithans to their fate?
Well, Lieutenant, if you recall, I was raised on Andoria. Sometimes the decisions you have to make are not pleasant, but I agreed with you. We don't know anything about these Calithians. They presented clear dangers, and honestly, what disturbed me the most?
Go ahead.
Again, growing up on Andoria, I just don't know if I don't trust. Or I just don't know if I trust a race without passion.
You know, Kay, you might not like the intelligence work, but I think you'd make a good intelligence officer if you wanted to. Well, starting, at least.
Are you trying to recruit me?
Oh, you'd know if I were. And how do you know I haven't already?
Rix, the more I learn about you, the more I like you. Ken, we'll take a drink.
The more you know about me, the less you know. You know what? I have a proposal. Instead of Risa, you should go to Terra Nova. It's a big, big complex just outside of one of the big cities there. I think you're familiar with the sport paintball. It's a huge area there where you can let off some steam. Non-lethal, obviously. Shoot everyone there at your heart's content. I think that'll be some. That'll be a good holiday.
Well, Rix, this may not surprise you, but I am likely the best that I know at paintball. He'll extend his hand. Challenge?
No.
Kane extends his hand. Sounds like a challenge.
All right. I'll beat you down to the ground. Metaphorically, of course.
Of course.
Alrighty, I think with that, we'll call that the end of the ultimatum.